Okay. Little testimony. How you doing, folks? Looks like I gotta set this up a little bit better. Think you're all set and you're not. Let's try this. It's not gonna work. How's everybody doing? I have an early episode on a Saturday. That's different. Coffee's red blazing hot. Yes, it is indeed. Let us see. Teller of tales. Teller of tales. Yeah, that should be it right there. And why that wasn't working before. Huh? Now it's back. Let's go check the stream over on YouTube's. Picking up a lot of background noise. Let's see if we could turn it down just a little bit. Right there. Test, test, test. That should be okay. All is good. I'm going to start highlighting these bases today. Why is it doing that? Let's try this. Huh. I don't know what's going on today. YouTube. So we're gonna have to get out the old green paint. A lot of greens. I usually go with a yellow after that. I like the green, right? Alright, this seems to be okay. I think we're okay. You guys hear me? Everything good? Sound? Check, 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 check. Okay. There's my vampire. I've been working on off and on here and there, that kind of thing. So that's mostly speed paints I'm working with on him. Looks pretty good. It's an old GW model. Trying to use speed paints as much as I can with him, but yeah, I did use normal paints on some of the parts, like his tunic. I shaded it with some bleached bone speed paint. Otherwise it's just an off-white. His face needs brightening up. It's very dark. He's got a deep Mediterranean tan, I guess. So I'll have to highlight that up, but that's okay. That's perfect, actually. I like to layer my paints anyway. Layer my highlights. So I'll bring his face up. That kind of thing. But all in all, I'm really happy with the speed paints. They speed up everything. Like I've said before, like 3 times as fast. So even if I'm using some acrylics in there, works good. I like the results. And at this stage, where I just want to get most of my stuff on the table, that's great. Not too fussed over precision detailed painting. But anyway, we got to get to these bases and finish this project off. Don't know if we'll do it today, but we'll put a dent in it. Get out some brushes here for some dry brushing. Test, test, test. Gonna have to turn this up a little bit, I think. Test, test. Pick up a little background noise. We'll have to live with it. I got a couple paints here. Craft paints that are green. That I use for this, and I also got a Vallejo flat green. I think I'm just going to try this, see how this works out. Craft Smart grass green. It's appropriate, grass green. We'll see who joins us today. I think Gary Con, what is it? It's Gary Con is still going, I think. So some of the folks we might not hear from because of the con. Let me shake this. Let's make sure that music isn't too high. Test, test, test. Let's see what that sounds like. Noise suppression. Sure, I like that. Oh, it suppresses the background noise, though, that's for sure. Sound fun. See if we can fix that even further. Let's get rid of the noise suppression. Just use the noise gate. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah, let's just get rid of all that. Let's get rid of all that. Keep our compressor going and we'll leave it at that. Just be a little background noise, right? That's okay. Get some of this paint going here. Little splotch here and a little splotch there. Okay, let me check something real quick. How you doing, Zadarock? Give me a second here. Good to hear from you again. Hold on. Get yourself in there. All is well. Birthday was yesterday. It was a good day. I relaxed. Took a break from all the nonsense. That went well. Let's go get my Spotify ripping and roaring. Yeah, thanks, Sadie. Getting up there, getting up there. Yeah. Yeah, birthday was yesterday. The day before was ours. His birthday is right before mine. One day before. I like that. My birthday, of course, is the same days as William Shatner's Captain Kirk, the original Captain Kirk. He shares a birthday with me. He must feel pretty good about that. I hope so. Fantastic. Yeah, it was a good day. Spotify. How's the squirrel? I suppose he's not back yet. I think that Gary Con goes through the weekend. For sure. Just youngins. I don't know about that. Let's not even start talking about age. We don't need to be discussing that. We keep the vibe great here, don't we? Yes, we do. No distractions like age. La da da da. There we go. I won't talk about it if you don't, Sadie. Coffee's perfect, actually. I think this base is done. Ooh, that's a nice deep green. That'd be perfect for highlights. I actually feel pretty good right now. Got my fresh supplies in. The bases are turning out really nice. This project is almost done. Great birthday. Squirrel is having a most excellent time. He'll be home on Monday. Oh, that's a great convention. I think it's grown in popularity quite rapidly as of late. It's definitely going to be the con I'm going to go to. Where is that? That's Wisconsin, isn't it? Oh, I've never been out that way. Yeah, I'd probably take a bus out there. Maybe hook up with Squirrel or something and go from there. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. First, I got to get my house sorted. Then we'll think about Gary Con. I'm used to conventions being pretty much my backyard. I've never actually traveled out of state to get to a convention, specifically. I don't know about that, Sadie. I don't know about that. Again, I don't want to discuss age. We don't need to be discussing that. I'll take your word for it. Let's leave it at that, right? Okay. We'll leave it at that. I'll be the young'un. Don't mess around there. I know we've discussed such things before. Nothing wrong with that. Something to look forward to in life is getting older. That's perfect. I like this green. Craft paint. Never underestimate it. Oh, that's just craft paint. No, it doesn't show up too well, especially when it's not focused. Wisconsin. So how does there's it takes place in a big old hotel, right? And boy, I imagine that hotel books early. But I also imagine there's a lot more hotels and motels local. Otherwise they couldn't hold a convention there, could they? Not a long one. So I don't think that's an issue. And Squirrel is just Squirrel and his son, and that's about it. It can't be too bad. Good time for sure. Does Squirrel buy a lot of stuff by the time he comes home from there? I mean, usually you go to a convention, you end up coming home with all kinds of new stuff. All the vendors that are there. I mean, how could you not? How do you contain yourself? I guess you got to give yourself a budget. That's what I used to do when I went to Storicon. They got the flea markets and stuff. There's another base. Looks fantastic. Oh, this is great. It's the original Playboy Mansion. Is it really? Beautiful place. It is a small convention, no more than 3,000 total. So the whole convention, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. El Perfecto. They got a lot of celebrities there too. I just saw a picture from there. I didn't see the squirrel in the pic, but I saw the Big Show. Morello, the guitar player, and that guy that's always into Dragonlance and D&D. What, Mangello, Joe Mangello or something? That guy. He was in there. I guess they're always at Gary Con. That's a pretty big deal. Right. And Luke Gygax, of course. So that's kind of neat. Oh, there's a hall. Yeah, that's why he's got to clean out his game shelves. That's part of the hobby, though, right? It's the collecting, too. Or what I call hoarding. Yeah. Books to read. Who says you have to play them? Perfect. Oh, this is great. It's going easier than I thought it would. Hi, Nerds Nerd. How you doing, Nerds Nerd? How is everything? I haven't seen Nerds Nerd in a while. Here we are on a Saturday afternoon here on the East Coast of the United States of America. I hope you're doing fantastic, nerds. I'm doing some work on my mostly speed painted vampire and highlighting bases for my commission that I'm going to finish this week. How about you, nerds? What are you working on? Any new projects started? He has dined with the celebrity. Oh, has he? Oh. That's great. That is great. I guess that makes Squirrel a little bit of a celebrity as well, doesn't it? Yeah. It's not what you know. It's not just what you know. It's who you know. Right? That's right. At least that's what I always say. There you go. It's another base of greenage. Well, what a difference it makes. From harvest gold to grassy green. Doing well. Finally painted my fortress dropship. Let me click this properly. There we go. Finally finished my fortress dropship for BattleTech. Nice, nice. Now awaiting the oversized faction decals in the mail. A couple days ago, painted an Imperial refit Venator Star Destroyer. Okay, wow. Okay, you're keeping busy, that's for sure. Trying to pick my next project. Wonder what that could be. Oh, and speaking of projects, Zadarak, where's your project? Where's the Winter Warmer project? It just dawned on me. I don't remember seeing the end result yet. Uh-oh. I have a suspicion. That's not a good sign. What happened, Zaddy? Did it fall to the floor and smash? Tell me not. What happened? As the squirrel has said, he is only going to get things that will enhance what he wants to play. That's why he is clearing out. Makes sense. How about you, Nerds Nerd? Let's bring Nerds Nerd into this little convo. Are you a collector of games and books? Or are you one of those people that plays everything they buy? They gotta play. If they're gonna buy it, they gotta play it. That they're not really a collector. They don't hoard, as I call it, hoard things. They play this stuff. And if they do get something that they don't play, they end up giving it away, selling it, whatever. But then there's some people, like Max, for instance. I guess kind of Max. He gives a lot of stuff away, but They have these massive collections of games and books, but they've barely played any of them. But they like to have them. You know, it's collecting. I myself, I'm not much of a collector. Maybe some choice things, nostalgia, but you know, I just don't buy it. And if I don't get around to playing something, I just give it to somebody or sell it. I'm not a collector. I used to be a hoarder. But nah, not anymore. I don't do that with my miniatures. I don't do that with my role-playing games, my board games. My board games are really very select. I'm not a collector by intent, but I definitely have a ton of stuff I've never put on the table. No, a hoarder. Okay. I get you. You can't play all this stuff. And when you see this stuff put out, it's like all shiny and you just want to buy it. Even if you don't play it, you know, you buy it. And then add it and then you say you're a collector. It's hard. Something like that. I generally go through my stuff now and then. And there's stuff that I'm going to keep, I guess collect. So I guess I do collect. Due to nostalgia, I mean, we're talking stuff from back in the day. I'm not going to get rid of stuff I had when I was a teenager. My D&D Red Box, for instance. Or some stuff I've bought strictly because of nostalgia, like the Rules Cyclopedia, AD&D First Edition books. You know, I don't intend to play these things, but I'm going to buy them and put them in my collection. So there is that. And then there's the stuff that I buy with the intention of playing, but don't. And that's the stuff that usually gets passed on. I don't really collect that stuff. And then there's the stuff I buy and I do play, like Hyperborea. Thanks, Squirrel Hermit. Things like that. That stuff I play, and who knows where that'll end up. If I lose interest, I might give it away. If not, collector's nostalgia. I think that's how I handle it. Which I think is just generally how everybody handles it, right? I got my original Battletech books. One from the 90s and one from the 80s, which was originally a box set. I still have that. I won't get rid of it. I'll hold on to it. It's nostalgia, but I'll never play it. I'm not a big Battletech fan. Sadly, it's a bust. I have completely dropped the ball on it. Oh, what happened? What was it? Ah, it's too bad. That's okay. We got the other project. Oh, why can't I not talk all of a sudden? We got the other painting challenge coming up this summer. Summer Sizzlers. So maybe you can pick it up there. Or start a new one. That's okay. I don't think Nerd's Nerd was in on that challenge. Being the busy person she is, right? Busy, busy, busy. Yeah, that's a good plan. It's okay, Zaddy. I didn't finish my project either. I got the tanks mostly done. Got to get decals and then do the weathering and stuff. So I didn't finish mine either. Didn't even get started on the infantry. So it's okay. My commissions just hold me back. They really do. But that's going to be changing this year. I tried to be, but winter got a bit crazy. Yeah? I can believe that. This, man, much like last winter, this winter was a rough one for me. In more ways than one. Like this commission I've been working on for what, 6 months? Maybe even longer? That's way too long. But that's because there was so much going on. So many major setbacks in life, not just with the hobby, just crazy. But thankfully it's not a big deal. But this year is looking really good. Good start to it, right, Zaddy? So what are your options, nerds? What are you looking at? Help you decide what your next project will be. What are the options? Don't say too many. Gotta have it refined by now. What are we looking at? I still got to sit down and think about my next project. I'm toying between sticking with one of the projects I'm working on now or starting getting into something new. Like I got a bunch of naval projects I have planned. I've got my secret project, which I won't discuss. I've got bolt action / chain of command, which is a project I've been collecting for and excited to do. What else is there? The naval is a big one. I was raised a poor orc child. Hold on, I gotta pause and remember who that is. I think that's Cal. Cal, is that you? Cal? That's you, right, Cal? Throwing me off. Got 3 folks in my chat that changed their monikers, their names. I think that's Cal. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to psych myself up to take a... Oh, I gotta go to the YouTube chat to take a crack. See, ooh, the evil word the chat ninja does not like. Crack. To take a crack at my armored Hydra for my Dark Elves. Also got some smaller dinos for them. More Battletech tanks. All the AVP stuff. Vindicator cruisers for Armada. Well, you got a lot of stuff you can do too. So what's new with that? That's all part of your current projects. Like Battletech, you're doing that already. You're doing that already. Is there anything new though? Brand new? Like a new game, or are you avoiding that? Vindicator cruisers for Armada. Hey, good assortment, good choices. Starting stuff while not finishing several others. Yeah, that's what we all do, right? Well, I have to go. I have company coming. Okay, Sadarok, thanks for dropping by. You take care. Talk to you guys soon. Sadarok, everybody. Zeti Rock. Cal, yes, I was posted the 3 merry trolls. Yeah, I saw that. We'll take a look at those 3 merry trolls. Nothing newer than AVP, Alien vs. Predator, which are all primed, but no painting has started. Have you shared any pictures of the Alien vs. Predator stuff? Don't go out of your way or anything, but I was just curious. I haven't seen too many visuals of that game's miniatures. Although I can get a good idea what they look like, but still. I'm a noob to this whole hobby thing, you know that. What was I going to do? Oh yeah. Let's have a look. That's some work by Cal. Discord screen. Oh, there we go. It's Nerd's ship. Look at that in a second. Looks pretty awesome. Let me see. Is there something here I wanted to show? I showed them. You're asking about this too, Nerd. Here's something I don't know if I showed. This is some classic Wood Elves for Warhammer that Paul's working on for his next video. The March of the Wood Elves and the Way to Battle. That's pretty awesome. I love the Wood Elves. They kick dark elf butt anytime. I'm sorry, just the way it is. Wood Elves. Savages. Here we go. The Merry Trolls 3. There they are. Look at I don't think I looked at the big version. Look at this guy's eyes. Can I move this? Yeah, I can. Look at this guy's eyes. That's great. I love it, Cal. I love it. Expert speed painter. Very good, Cal. Man. Get things done. I love this guy's eyes. I won't hurt you. All right, let's look at the other pictures here from College. Texture. Gotta love texture. So fun to paint textures. Master Militum, saw that. Well, let me read this first. Imperial Venator. Venator? I painted this last week. Gotta get the card token now. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, look at that. Jeez. That looks awesome. How big is that? Actually, the base looks pretty big, so this might be like, what, 2 inches maybe? That's awesome. I bet the kids like that stuff. Hi-de-ho! I love it. I love it. Primer is paint. I'll die on that mound. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Not yet. It's full shelf and stuff at this point. Gotcha. Based are from Dungeons and Lasers. Yeah, it does. 6 inches. I gotta look at that again. I was thinking it would be big because it looks big, but then I looked at the base. And the base is like, it looks big to begin with. So I figured, it's probably about 2 maybe. She just zoomed in on it. 6 inches though, that's huge. Wow. Yeah, it would be pretty big. You're playing Armada. Damn, that's a big ship. Yeah, it is. intimidating. All right, the question I was going to ask Nerd's Nerd. You too, Cal. Slap chop, i.e. where you highlight white or gray or both over top of a black primer. And then speed paint. Have you ever done that? Are you a fan? Or is that a no-go zone? I'm going to guess Nerd's Nerd does not slap chop. Her stuff is too clean. Cal, some of your stuff looks like it could go with it. There was some slap chop going on. Maybe you've tried it in the past. Maybe you don't. So I'm iffy on Cal. But Nerd's Nerd, I'd say no. I could be wrong. Well, it's back to vacuuming the living room. Move some tables around, that sort of thing. Found a ton of cat hair. All right, Cal, I got you. I know all about it. You got to learn how to craft that cat hair into paintbrushes, I'm telling you. Cat hair. It's awesome. You learn these things. Living with cats. Clyde. Yes, I've done it. It's okay. We forgive you, Clyde. It's all right. Pull up a chair alongside the hearth here, and we'll forgive you. I slap chop, chop suey, and chop a lot. Do you? Do you slap chop? Do you do the slap chop? Yeah. Oh. So I figured you might. You might. I think that's what you're saying. You're a slap chopper. I like slap chops, says Nerd's Nerd. Now that surprises me. But you got to consider source of light when you apply the white. Okay. All right, that surprises me because I didn't think you slap chopped at all. Nope. Oh, I've been using the slap chop myself. So let me get this dark-skinned vampire out and get this off the screen. Show you my slap chop. This is a work in progress. I'm still learning how to use speed paints. But yeah, this was slap chopped, which I've never done before. Not with speed paints. Yeah. Turned out really good. There's a mix of speed paints in this. This is about maybe 75% to 80% speed paints. I mean, this is normal acrylic. The axe of the pole. His tunic is actually mostly acrylic. I used some kind of bone color speed paint to go into the recesses of the tunic, which I'm really happy with. But everything else is just speed paint. So yeah. I'm going to layer his flesh because that's too dark. That's speed paint on his face. Way too dark for some reason. And I'm going to layer that up with some, basically highlight it. The cloak is a one-shot deal of speed paint. The wooden haft of the poleaxe, the trousers, the boots, the pouch and the belts. That's all speed paint. So yeah, I like it. See, I am definitely making use of the speed paints. And I'm telling you, this went by so quick. You guys know this. But man, 3 times as fast as normal. So that's a plus. And for me right now, that's what I need since I'm building up my collections from scratch. Getting things done quickly and efficiently is kind of important at this stage. So, yeah, I'm all for it. I saved cat hair to use for Giant's clothing. Had a long-haired cat. She was my first. She was my last. Had to put her down last October. Okay, it's sad to see. It's sad to hear. But very interesting. Wow. Huh. All right. Depending on model, I modify what steps to paint I take. Posted up toad slap chopped. It's acceptable. I'll take a look. More than acceptable, Clyde. Let's go take a look. Is this... That's great. Yeah, that's really good, man. So you're doing the speed paint too. Huh. That's really good. There you go. I see more and more people are using speed paints this day and age. Looks great, all right. Well done, Clyde. I'm going to do a lot of pondering about my next project very shortly because this commission is almost done. I'm going to take like a week off or something. And I got a lot of things to think about hobby-wise. And that's partly what my newest project will be, or what I want to actually do for my own stuff next. I'm not sure because there is some new things I've been thinking about. So I might actually do something new. Not just continue on with what I've been working on. What do I want to focus on? I'd like to see some more Dark Elves. Nerds, to be honest with you. I really like those. You literally turned me on to the Dark Elves. And Chaos Zinch type models as well. So go figure. I'd like to see a little bit more with them. But that's fantasy stuff. Are they Dark Elves or are they Dark Elder? Eldar. I think they're Dark Elves, right? Have you done any Dark Eldar? Yeah, I'm getting into that stuff. Boy, is it windy today. I hear my flag out there blowing away. Better bring it in, actually. How about you, Clyde? Do you have any new projects you're going to start? Are you going to go back to something old, or are you going to start something new in the coming days? Not even sure if you're working on a new project. Are you working on anything? I assume toad there is something you've had already. Okay, look at that. Perfect. How did the birthday bash go, Fritz? Fantastic. Ours flew in all the way from Poland. His birthday's the day before mine. To join me and William Shatner. March 21st, madness, baby. Well, Captain Kirk shares a birthday with me. How do you like that? We had a grand old time. It was fantastic. Yeah, I took a break. Took a day off. Caught up on a lot of things. Made a lot of money yesterday, actually, which is good. No painting. Just had a relaxing time reading some of my up-and-coming games of Hyperborea. Board game I'm working on, you're going to see videos for, is Musket and Pike, Volume 1, which I am prepping to set up and play. GMT, Battle of Edgehill. So, yeah, I finally have time to do stuff on my birthday. It was really good. And I appreciate all the well wishes from everyone. I really appreciate that. He's secretly aging behind our backs. That was Cal that asked me that. Clyde, and then Cal. Yeah, that was the 21st. Alright, nerd, you take care. Get those chores done. I'll be around for a while. Feel free to stop back in and heckle us. Throw in some heckles. Appreciate it. Keep the faith. The brush is wet. Trying really hard to clear stuff off the work table. Step 1 to getting into a new project, right? Apparently I'm behind in the aging. I got the senior discount recently. The cashier was surprised. I lose track of my age. I don't keep track of it. Period. And I do forget. What are you doing, Coop? Don't disturb me. I'm doing some painting here. Excusez-moi. Got 8 bases done. Hi, Paul. There's Paul. Joining us once again. Just getting started here, Paul. If you're going to do some of your own stuff, now's the chance. Get a little bit done. Just showed off your picture of the wood elves on the march again. Love the wood elves. There's another base. Another base. Just finished another practice Warhammer Fantasy Battle game with my boy, trying his halfling human army with the newly enlarged Knights Regiment. I am indeed intending to paint this evening, finish the Knights off. We just used them in WIP, work in progress form in the practice game. Look at that basing king go. Nice. Everything was going well for the boy. Seemed like an easy win against the dwarfs, but then he went one of those only rolling one or two patches by the 100 it seemed, and the whole game turned. I get plenty of those patches. Seem to be the norm. Very frustrating. one more. Or did I do this? I think I did this. Yeah. Alright, that batch is done. Put them away and get out the next batch. Yeah, we're going to get all the infantry done. See what else I want to get done. That's the nature of games like that, especially Games Workshop games. I mean, the whole idea is you're rolling so many dice, which, you know, brings into the bell curve, right? So really, you should be rolling 3s and 4s more often than 1s and 2s. But I don't know. You get those patches, as Paul calls them, where you are rolling just 1s and 2s, and they tend to concentrate at times, right? And that's why we get so frustrated. I mean, yeah, overall, it might be one of those nights where it goes bad. It's not being 3s and 4s. And then there's nights where, hey, it's a good night. You got actually more 5s and 6s, you know? They happen. That's the fun part. You got to keep that in mind, you know? That's how those games work. Focus too much on those 1s and 2s, and that's all you're going to see. It's going to drive you crazy. You're going to hate the game. This sucks. I always roll 1s and 2s. No, you don't. No, you don't. Relax. They come in spurts. That's part of the fun. It was Bell Curve City. We were replaying the one crucial fight at the end, just so he could see what would happen without 100 1s and 2s. Yeah, there you go. What's your favorite game so far, Clyde? Out of all the games you've played, which one holds the honor of being your favorite game ever so far? I could name mine. We could all name a bunch, but if you were to consolidate it down to one, what would it be? I ask you that too, Paul. I think I know what your answer will be, though. It's one of those questions that's hard to answer. It really is. The longer you've been in this hobby and played different kind of games, you think about them all. It's like, oh, that was really good too. Oh man, yeah, now that I think about it, it's hard to answer that. I do have some answers, though. I could whittle it down. Let's whittle it down to miniatures. Kind of focused. Miniatures games. There's another one, Paul. Have you ever thought about doing a Man of War or some fantasy naval games to add to your campaign? I used to be a big fan of Man of War back in the 90s. Oh man, I love that game. It lasted one season and then it was gone. And I sold everything off. I had everything. Every fleet, everything. What a great game. I think I won one battle in the 3 years I was playing the game. That was a game notorious for me rolling ones in. You talk about this bell curve. What happened there? My mighty dwarf fleet, just about every battle ended up sinking to the bottom. My favorite miniatures game, and there are a lot, if I was to whittle it down to just one, would be first edition, 1990s era, Games Workshop, Necromunda. That would be my favorite miniatures game I've ever played, because of the campaign aspect to it. But that game played so well. Multiplayer, oh man. We just had a blast. There's a lot of narrative and role play to it too, and that kind of makes it my favorite. A lot of fun things that happen in the game. And I've played a lot of games. And it's still hard. I still have to really think. But yeah, I think it's Necromunda. I have made or bought from charity shops a few ships and boats, but in 28mm. Yeah, GW had a 28mm version of Man of War. I'll put some pics of the miniature thread on Discord. Yeah, do that. Pulp Alley, Malifaux 2nd edition for its mechanics. Ease of play and hard to master. Card-driven game? Isn't Malifaux card-driven? Okay, good choices. Non-GW stuff. That's good to see. There you go, folks. Clyde has chose Malifaux and Pulp Alley. Pulp Alley. Because he likes to personalize his hobby. That's why. None of this commercialized nonsense. Except Malifaux, that's kind of commercial. No dice, just cards. Mantic Games. They're the only company I know at this point that makes a fantasy naval game. And it's very reminiscent of Warhammer, Man of War. It's got the dwarf fleets, high elf fleets, and they're very similar to what they were in Warhammer. Ships are probably twice as big They're not the little 2-inch ships. They're the big 4-inch, 6-inch ships, which is pretty nice. That's a pretty popular game. It's called... Jeez. What is it called? Fantasy Armada? I think Games Workshop had a 28mm game called Dreadfleet or something. I think. These names are coming to me. Yeah, Mantic Games makes a pretty interesting game. Plays like Black Seas from Warlord Games. Very similar. Again, I love naval games, so maybe one day I'll get into that. Another slow day of chat, I see. I remember Dreadfleet. No one played. And I was deep in Malifaux at the time. Yeah? Is that still a popular game? Malifaux? Whoops, what am I doing? I mean, it's still around, right? Oh, there's too many games. Lose track of them. Rumble Slam. So many good games. Do you think we're reaching the point of oversaturation? There's just too much. You can't keep track of it all anymore. You got to start categorizing this stuff. Break it down. I'm a tactical fantasy gamer. I'm a narrative-driven sci-fi player. I'm a tournament fantasy player. Well, I only play tournaments. Army lists. I don't know. How would you categorize all this nonsense? I don't know. There's another one. Took a deep drop off around here after 3rd edition came out. You know, it was a really great game, and this is like a game that I would consider one of my all-time favorites. Again, it's Games Workshop. Space Hulk. That game was like so good at what it was trying to do. You felt like you were in this old derelict ship with aliens tumbling around in the ceilings. It just felt like it. Great mechanics. Campaign play, solo play. It's a fantastic game. I still have all my first edition stuff and boards and everything. I fully intend to play it again. The original. That is a classic as far as I'm concerned. I'm an AI pretending to be an actual person on the internet. Yes, you are. You're just a pre-programmed program. Right. Clyde doesn't really exist. Wish I had Nab Space Hulk. Maybe GW will grace us with a new edition some year. Oh, they will. They definitely will. Every once in a while they tease creating a demand, and then all of a sudden they'll release a limited release and they'll make a bundle off it. And that's when people will pick it up as quickly as they can because it'll be gone, including me. Game is just too good to hide away like that. But they're smart. They don't want to burn it out. They're just going to repeat this whole process. They put it out and then let it fade away. Build it up again and put it out and then let it fade away. Because they know people like Clyde will snatch it up. And myself. Right now, GW's been teasing Mordheim. Mordheim's pretty popular in the old school, old Hammer community. There's a pretty big community that still plays the original game. They even have their own conventions. And all the rules are free online. All the magazine articles, Town Crier, White Dwarf, Thomas Perrinen. Perrinin. However you say his name. Now GW's kind of teasing something about that. Trust me, it'd never be as good as the original. But it would be nice to see it get some love and new models. 6 more infantry bases, and the infantry will all be done. There's still the yellow highlights to go on top, but that goes by quick. I could do that in one go. One session. I might actually do all the green in this one session today. I might. It's early yet. And I'm almost done with the infantry. So I'm more than halfway done. Then tomorrow I could do all the yellow, and then boom, guess what? Project's done. Wow. Sound like a plan? I do gotta admit, this green that I'm using goes on pretty vibrant, but once it dries, it's very flat. It'll do though. The bilious green or the yellow green is gonna bring it out big time. I'm going to try to get them all done today. Managed to find some picks and put them up just off to scarf some pizza. Back soonish. Okay, Paul, you do that. I'll be here. Might go the full 3 hours today. Might go a little longer. Let's go check them out, Clyde. I'm seeing him. You guys are so good. Finished the blue flying box last week. Let's check this out. Look at this thing. I got the gray windows. Looks like the little paper. Ah, that's really good. Well done, man. Congrats. The blue flying box. Wait, hold on. Here was a midpoint in our practice game. There's a battle going on at Paul's. This kid. Looks good. Boy, look at this unit over here. They look like pikes. What's going on there? How do I move this? Ah, good memories. Paul says, can't find any ship pictures yet. I have way too many pics, way too many files. But I found a picture of a seaside. If that counts for anything. That's awesome. I love it.
Arr, we be pirates, we be.
Looks like orcs in the mix. Very good. Found one. There we go. Big old ship with a cannon on the fore. Looks like cloth sails. I love it.
The ship be dusty, it be.
Looks like it. Get a little dust settling on the ship here. That's great. Gotta love orcs. Okay. And inside a Skaven steamship. Wow, look at that. Very cool. And a little Sartosian pirate boat. Yeah, look at that cloth. Little hook holding it there. Looks like I did a little editing here on the bottom. Very nice. There. Yeah, well, get it started now. Start cleaning right now. You got some time. You're not doing anything now but listening. Keep it on in the background. Straighten up some stuff. I'll check in on you a few times, making sure things are getting done. I'll ask for a few pictures to show progress. And boom, there you go. It's done and it's all set. Can you imagine that? You'd be all ready. All ready to pull out those minis and scratch that historicals itch. It's going to be so great. It's going to be so awesome. I can't wait. See some historicals coming, Clyde. Let me turn this off. It's too hot. You guys inspire me to get things done. That's what I'm doing. Least I could do is inspire you. Or crack the whip, as it were. Come on, Clyde. Historical itch probably needs some antibiotics. Maybe it could be. Clyde keeping things humorous today. Very good, very good. We're serious. Clean it up. Let's get cracking. Here's a question for you. Blue Moon, pretty well known as 15mm manufacturer, historicals. Didn't they used to have their own website? Because I can't find it. I know they're hooked up with Old Glory. but I'm curious what happened to their website. I guess it's no longer, perhaps? I don't know. I'm a big fan of Blue Moon. I don't like purchasing through Old Glory. So if anybody knows the answer to that question, I'm indebted to you. Hi, Percy. Good afternoon, gents. Grilling pregame right now, 70 degrees, sunny, and nice, cool breeze. Good to hear from you, Percy. Percy, do you know if there's a web page for Blue Moon miniatures? I know they work with Old Glory with their 15mm range. I'm sure they had a web page of their own at one point. And I'm curious whatever happened to it because I can't find it. I have a project that I'm working on that uses Blue Moon exclusively, and I don't really prefer to go through Old Glory unless I have to. I think Brookhurst Hobbies has it as well. They're pretty good service. If I have to, I'll go through them, I think. But I'm sure they had a website of their own. You guys know I'm a big fan of Blue Moon. And also, you guys can help me with this. I could never remember the name of this manufacturer. They do 28 and 15s, but they're well known for their 15s. They do fantasy and some historicals, especially the Dark Ages. And Squirrel Hermit knows the company, and I could never think of the name. It's like Glintering Light or Splintering Light. Is that what it is? Splintering Light. Quick, write it down. Splintering Light. I think that's the name. That's another one I've been trying to remember so I can look it up. Ay, ay, ay. Sounds perfect. Yes, grilling. Come on, you guys. Get on the Blue Moon thing. Asking for a little help here, and you guys are talking about grilling in the backyard still. Come on, Clyde. What's going on here? I'll do the painting, you do the research. Last infantry base. Whoops. Okay. Infantry are all done. We're going to keep going today, and I'm going to get every freaking one of these bases painted green. Or dry brush green. The push is on. Next, we're going to get out the officers. Sorry about that. I'm going to get out the cannon. Let's get all the cannon out. And then we're going to get the cavalry out. And that leaves just the limbers and the wagons, which we're going to save for last. Let's alternate these. Okay. Take a little break here. This is awesome. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. Let's see. Splintered Light out of Georgia. Found them? I'll look them up. I know about them. I'm looking, but not seeing anything other than Old Glory holding Blue Moon. Yeah, that's what I was finding. Ah, damn it. Bread spear and kraut. Tater tots. Definitely worth talking about tater tots. Blue Moon manufactured available through Noble Knight as well. Are they? Okay. Fritz Kurt sounds a bit agitated today. Uh-oh. Percy's on to me. Be right back. Clyde's out of here. He don't want to be part of this agitation. Shum. Nah, I'm just getting myself psyched here. A little psychaged. The energy levels are getting high. Because I'm getting this project near completion now. I didn't expect to do all the green today, but I think I'm gonna. So, I'm definitely gonna. So I'm pretty stoked. How you been, Percy? Everything okay? Obviously it must be. You're having a barbecue? Is that what we're doing here? Nice. Take this off my head and relax a little bit. Before I get any more agitated. Well, let's look that up then. Let's look up Splintered Light. Doing fine? Good. Splintered light. It was my birthday yesterday, so I'm a bit hyped. Had a good time, good vibes. I think it's carrying through to the next day, right? Splintered light miniatures. Fine as frog hair. Alright. Back in. Tickety-tock. How you doing, Paul? Got an hour to paint. Huzzah! Listen to your live show. You're welcome. We are live. Broadcasting quite well. Let's see, we got something over here on Discord somebody posted. Let's see what's going on over there real quick. Splintering light. Yes, thank you, Clyde. Keeping things the up and up over there in the general chat. Little reminder. So I don't yell at him later. There's no excuses now. He didn't remind me, so there it is. He's up on it. Let's go back to splintering light. Ah, yes. Anyone else a fan of splintered light miniatures? They're really fine. Pride of Lions spell cards. What's Pride of Lions? A rule set? Anchor collection. Cadrons miniatures. I don't know what that is. Fantasy gladiators. Hedgerows and heroes. 28 mil. What is that? It's a rule book. Why is everything... Oh. What is this? A Rebel Minis Splintered Light production, designed by Michael Renegar and David McBride. Looks like wars between intelligent animals. Of course it is. Okay, that's what that is. Hedgerows and heroes. Swarms, 15, 18 mil animals and creatures. Ooh, that might be useful. Got livestock. Cave bears, elven dogs, raptors. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Alright, so fantasy Egyptians, Dark Age historical, fantasy, dungeon crawl and RPG, and 28mm painted miniatures. So yeah, they don't really have a lot of historical stuff. None, actually. Let me just look at something here. Dungeon crawl and RPG figures. Let's look up this dungeon set. Dungeon Encounters 2. $15. What is it? Oh, creatures. That's pretty interesting. You get all this. Little monsters. Living bookcase. Naga. All that. 15/18 mil for $15. Dungeon Encounters 2-pack comes with 11 creatures, ready to use for your adventuring party to run. So, all that, 11 pieces, 11 different creatures for $15. I don't know, is that a good price? I haven't bought 15mm figures in a long time. Seems like a good price. Let's look at Men of the East. Men of the East with spears. $9. 12 figures for $9. Two unique poses. Huh. $9 for 12 figures. I guess that's a good price by today's standards. It's probably a really good price. Happy birthday. Was there a cake? There was. I like their Beastmen and Goatmen miniatures. Let's take a look. These are Men of the East. I don't want to see that. Beastmen. Huh. Pretty creative. Glaives. So what do you get with this? 12 figures, 4 different poses. $9. I suppose they're like man-sized. All right, that's pretty good, I guess. 12 figures, $9. Yeah. So $18, 24 figures. That feels kind of steep. But I guess that's the prices these days, right? Been a long time since I bought 15 mil. I haven't really looked at them. Suspension light is in the price range. Not cheap, but acceptable pricing. Yeah, that's the gist I'm getting from it. I don't know what I would get from them. I don't really do fantasy in that scale and probably won't. But they have Dark Ages, which is their historical range. And this range here is, in particular, really good. Really good. Spears are a little bit wonky. But I don't think I'm going to be doing that period Arthurian era in 15 or 18 mil. I think that's something I'm going to do in 28. To be honest with you. Coruscant miniatures. Yeah, Coruscant is really good. Are they about the same price? I'm not going to go to the website. I have to find it. It's in here somewhere, but I'm not going to look. Squirrel's the one that knows all about this scale and what's out there. He uses Coruscant and splintered light, all that, so he knows. He's a big fan. You know what? I'm going to get all these out, because we're going to push on and get them all done. And then I'm going to stream tomorrow, the final session for this project. And we're going to finish off the project together. There. So I'm excited. So this is what we got left. Percy, look at that. This is it. Not bad, right? That's it. Granted, these are pretty big bases. It'll take a while. But I think we could pull it off. Oh, looks so good. Kirsten prices vary a bit depending on the range. I think he commissions various sculptors. I think you're right. I've got the only 15s that when I think about it, I'm actually doing quite a few things in 15 mil. Flames of War, World War II, Ancients. I mean, I'm going to have a bunch of armies for Triumph that I'm going to be doing in 15 mil. And my secret project, which I won't talk about here, is in 15 mil. And everything else is 28. Including Ancients, World War II, and probably not my secret project, which we won't talk about here. So actually, I am doing quite a bit. Probably not fantasy. Man. Can't do everything. I do enjoy my 28s. But no more 10s. 15mm has become my go-to size for fantasy, medieval, Roman, Dark Ages. Huh. Yeah, it's actually a really good scale for fantasy. Well, so's 28, but 15's good because there's like splintered light, and some of those models are just perfect in 15 mil, like a dragon, which are otherwise these humongous creatures. But in 15 mil, it's easy. They're not so big. I mean, they're big, but you know what I mean. I have a couple models for 28 mil fantasy. I have a Wood Elf Dragon. I think it's a Hippogriff. And they're gigantic. They're massive things. Take forever to paint. It's great to paint them, but man, they're huge. If they tip over, something's going to break. But in 15 mil, it's like, geez, no problem. They're much cheaper. I guess smaller scales are kind of a big deal if you have a lot of interests and you want to do different things. Like, honestly, for me, I would do everything in 28. The only reason I'm doing any 15s at all is, Flames of War is 15 mil. So you kind of got to go that route, and I love Flames of War. And for my Ancients, well, I've already got tons of 15 mil already. Why not? Why not just do some of the armies in that scale and do both? So it makes sense in that sense. And for my secret project, my secret project is kind of unique. That's something that I could do in 28 if I want, but for some reason, I have this thing where I just want to do it in 15. I'm not sure why. It's not really because of the rules or the scale of battle. I guess there's some kind of nostalgia playing a role in this. Probably. But otherwise, it'd be 28 mil. That's what I would probably be doing with this project. That's my scale. Okay, there's one. Getting a little heavy-handed with the paint here. That's not good. So my secret project, like I said, is in 15 mil, and I've been collecting Blue Moon figures for it. And I would like to pick up some more. Hence my question about Blue Moon. Paul says I used 15 mil for Traveler and Star Wars D6. So I could use converted 20 millimeter vehicles, etc. with those figures. All seem to work well. Yeah, I guess we have all kinds of reasons why we choose the scales that we do. My number one thing with my choice, I just love painting. And I enjoy it immensely. It's a big part of my hobby and why I'm in it. So that's the first thing that comes to mind when I'm looking at a new period and what scale to do it in. I want to see what those 28s look like. And are they available? It's not so much about the game and the size of the battles that I'm looking to do. Cost and availability are a big factor. But really comes down to what am I going to enjoy looking at and painting, regardless of how complex the uniforms or the figures or how many I might need to play in the game. It all comes down to what am I going to enjoy painting and looking at and showing off. And I always go with the bigger 28s because of that. Because obviously. Plus I have a lot of nostalgic feeling for bigger figures from my Warhammer days, 40k and Necromunda and all that stuff. I like the bigger figures because of that too. And scale of the game really doesn't faze me. I could play huge battles with 28. I could play skirmish games with 28. You know, whatever. It doesn't bother me. If I'm painting forever before I could play a game. These 4 are done. So the generals are done. The engineers are done. Storage space is kind of a factor. I think it is for everybody. It's the one thing we don't think a lot about. But man, being able to store these bigger models, it's worth thinking about that and considering that if you don't have the space. That can be a problem. Not everybody has a big garage or a basement or an outbuilding specifically for the hobby. And even then, you got to have storage space in there. How important is storage space for you, Paul and Percy? Is it a big factor? I mean, obviously it's a factor, but how big is it? How important is that? Does that play a role in your choice of scale? Or the size of your collections? Maybe you love 28s, but you have to play skirmish games because you don't have storage space for all this stuff. Curious minds want to know. I like seeing how you guys do things. We're all different at that. We all got our different takes on it. That's perfect. Let's do a cavalryman here. Let me do this one base here. This is coming along really well. I can't imagine having massive collections of different periods and models where storage really becomes a major concern for me. A lot of the stuff, especially terrain, is interchangeable. You don't need to make separate hills for different genres. Well, maybe you do if it's a different region of the planet, like deserts and grass-covered hills. That's a thing. But I don't see myself doing a whole lot where it becomes a concern. I like to focus. I don't know. I could be singing a whole different tune as I get along here. Maybe in the next 5 years or something, as my collections grow once again. I might be singing a different tune about it. Because of storage space. You might see me doing smaller scales just because of that. I don't know. I doubt it, but you never know. I did all these scales before. I had tons of stuff, but I never had major problems with storage. I lived in a big house. Yeah. Things are different now, so yeah, it might be a big concern. Excellent. Let's put these over here. So many skirmish games. Yep. We could be here all night listing them all. I basically have floor to ceiling stuff on every wall in my cellar. Every time I buy anything new, I have to take something up to the attic to join the Dusty Brigade. So it hasn't reached the point where you can't handle it. You've got the space. You're kind of unique, though, Paul. You don't do a lot of different things. Everything is focused for you. Very much revolving around Warhammer or fantasy in 28 mil. I mean, how much can you collect for just that one thing? Probably never ending, actually. You're not really limited. Especially because it's fantasy. Imagine if you had a 3D printer. Oh man, you'd be going to town. You got to seriously look into that. That's perfect for what you're trying to do. Anything that you need, you can 3D print pretty much. Cheap. Of course you know this. I just realized I have to actually paint the perimeters of these bases too. Damn it. That might be a whole separate session. Damn. Regardless, we're going to get this done. Boy, some of these bases I put a lot of grass on. But boy, does it make a difference. Highlighting the grass. So close. I gotta paint all these base edges. Not a major thing, but still. It's a freaking step I left out completely. Gotta do it. Gotta be professional. This is what people pay me. So they don't have to do it. And I do such a mighty fine job. Right? what I'd like to do, because I am going to keep doing commissions, but I'm greatly slowing it down. But what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to be more willing to take smaller projects. Like, let's say Clyde wants just a couple models painted. He's got these gigantic frickin' figures that he could certainly do. He could do them himself, but he wants something of Fritz quality. We'll call it that. Now that's something I would seriously do, where I'm just doing like a single unit or a gang of hoodlums for a game or something, skirmish game. I think I could swing that. That would be more likely. That would be good. Because that's typically how I like to work anyway. I paint stuff like that and I sell it myself. And I'm going to keep doing that. So why couldn't I take commissions like that? It'd be cheaper. So think about that, Clyde. Think about that. Let me know. Yeah, that would be something I'd keep doing with commissions. Along with the occasional big-ass army, pardon the French. I mean, let's face it, that's why a lot of people hire somebody. They have huge projects. It's more because of that than even the quality paint job that you do that they can't do, although that's a thing. But I think a lot of it has to do with, I've got so much. This is just, I can't do this. I never have the time. I'll hire somebody to do it for me. I think that's a big thing for a lot of people. So I don't think there's a whole lot of promise for somebody doing a commission for just a single unit or a vehicle or a couple characters. I mean, I could do it and sell it. That's different. But as a commission, that's probably not as common. But definitely doable. Turnaround time would be much better. It wouldn't be like, you got to wait 6 months. 6 months, Clyde. I won't have that character model painted till next year. I'll put you in the queue. They'd more likely get done quicker. I probably wouldn't take a whole bunch at once and have a big-ass queue, pardon the French. So people wouldn't have to wait for just a couple models or whatever I'm doing, a unit. And it'll probably give me a chance to paint bigger figures, too. 28s. Or 15, I've tried to do 2 videos of my crazy storage situation, but they both exceeded the file limit. I need to do one no more than 20 seconds. You got so much storage issues. Have you? Good video to watch. I like seeing people's collections. Promises. Do you do vehicles? Yeah, I do vehicles, depending on what it is. Yeah, that's true, Clyde. That's true. But I think that's another reason people hire somebody, because they'll probably get it done. I don't know. It's me thinking out loud here. I am going to give away painted, printed terrain pieces, maybe even miniatures proper, on my community thing. So that's worth taking note, Clyde. That's something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I have a philosophy that everybody deserves a really nicely painted army. And I've said many times, I wish, and I still plan to do this one day, I wish I could provide this for free. I wish I could paint up for Clyde. 1,000-piece army for free. Here you go, Clyde. This is for you. That's a dream of mine. I want to be able to do that, where I don't have to charge anything, because everybody deserves it. And one way I can see that come true is, to start with, I could give away stuff on my community. Really nice, great-looking pieces of terrain that you could use in so many different games. And I could 3D print them, so it's not a big financial burden. And people in my community, they pay, you know. So I'm thinking of doing that. Well, I'm definitely going to do that as I start up my 3D printing. How awesome is that? Right around the corner. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll figure it out. We got 3 cannons and 9 wagon/limbers. We're almost there, Clyde. Oh my. Oh my. We're almost there. Man, I went through all those cannon like nothing. We've got this. Look at that. This is what we got left. Look at this. That's it. That's it. Fantasticals. Can't do it. Even in 15-second chunks. It says the file size is too big. I will still do photos instead. How is that a problem? You're using your phone and it's just got no room? You do make videos. They're pictures with voiceovers, though. They're not actually videos. I have that problem. I used to record with my webcam here, this thing, and directly onto my computer. So I got more than enough space on there. This camera, though, isn't as good for that. This is made for live streams, and it's a webcam. Doesn't work as well for like videos, I find. Oh, it's to do with Discord. Discord. Oh, you're trying to share some stuff on Discord. Yeah, that's true. My server's limited in size for file sharing. I need to pay something to post larger files on Discord. I ain't paying. I already pay money for a video editor. Yeah, don't worry about it. Post, you know what you do? Yeah, it's an easy fix, Paul. I'll tell you exactly what you do. Make your video and upload it to YouTube and set it to private so nobody sees it. And when it's all uploaded, change it to unlisted. Not private, but unlisted. In fact, you could just upload it unlisted. Set it as unlisted. What unlisted is, you probably know this, but what unlisted is, nobody can see your video unless you share the link to it. So that way, you could go into Discord and share it with whoever you want by just sharing the link. And those people will be able to look at the video, and only those people. You could do that. There you go. There's your video. If Discord is the problem, that solves it, because you're only uploading a link. So shoot the video, upload it to YouTube the way you normally do. You know this. Come on, Paul, you know this. You've been in the game forever. You know how YouTube works. Or is there something else you're not telling us? Phew. Telling you, there's nothing worse than a relaxed dog sleeping under your desk. Ay, caramba. Okay, that's another one done. I'm sitting here quiet, and all I hear is snoring dogs and cats all around me. Wow. It's quite humorous. I've never put up a live action video, just audio with pictures placed in order. Would need to work out how to do it and even how to edit. Oh, it's easy. I say this, but if you already know how to edit your videos now with doing voiceovers of pictures, your video footage is it's nothing more than just a giant picture that moves. You treat it the same way. Your editor probably lets you mute it too and do voiceover of video. Just get out your phone, click the video camera and turn it on. Learn how to zoom in and out. And just push the button that records the video. It'll be on your phone. Much like taking a picture, it's on your phone. Same thing with the video. And then what you do, click the button on your phone that says share. In any social media that you're linked to on your phone, like YouTube, if you watch YouTube on your phone, there you go, you're linked to it. When you click share, in this case the video, you do this in your video thing on your phone, click share, and that gives you the option of uploading it to your YouTube account. And it's also here that you can set it to unlisted. And you can change the name, like, oh, this is my test video. Maybe that's the title. You can do that on your phone. And when you're happy with the privacy setting, title, whatever, click upload. Dunk. That's all you do. And it will upload directly from your phone onto your YouTube account. That's all it is. And then when you go back to your YouTube and check it out, go into your channel setting, go into your channel there, you'll see your freaking video is there. Wow. This is what I usually do. Once it's uploaded and on there, I'll download it to my computer. You can do that from YouTube. You can download it to your computer, and that way you can edit it on your computer. Because I don't use my phone to edit videos. I just shoot my video with the phone, upload it to YouTube at private, and then I download it to my laptop where my editing software is located. And then I just import it into the editing software, do what I want with it, you know. And then when that's done, I just upload it to YouTube the normal way, which is via YouTube's channel. And it'll browse through your computer to find the video. And then you just re-upload it there. There it goes. So there's a few more steps involved, but that's all I do. Maybe you edit it completely on your phone. That's even better. You don't have to upload it first. You can edit it and then upload it. And that concludes my tutorial. But definitely you can do that. I can't believe you never did that before. Well, good time to learn. Get that figured out. You could do battle reports live from the dungeon. That would be kind of cool. Yep, it's another cannon. The cannons are done. All we have left is the limbers. Let's whip through one real quick here. This will take a little longer, but it's a lot of open space. You ever get any questions about doing any of this stuff, Paul, just message me. I'll help you out. Because that's what we're here for. Hold on, folks. I'll look at the chat in a minute. I just want to do this one base to get a feel for this. See how long it's going to take me to do these final bases. Without making some mistakes here. Getting too heavy with the brush. I think got it. There, not bad at all. Whipping limbers won't hurry them. Yes. Now, more symbolic than anything. For sure. Let's not get carried away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more bases. And we're at 2 hours and 50 minutes. So yeah, we're going to go over the 3-hour mark today. But I'm not going to put any yellow on these bases yet. We'll do that for tomorrow. And then finally we'll do the perimeters. And I guess we're going to have to do an extra day work. Maybe I'll do some offline. So we can all celebrate. Who else is interested in aerial combat miniatures games? Aerial combat miniatures games like World War II dogfights, World War I with miniatures, dogfights, Korea. I guess that's the whole gamut right there, right? I guess modern and ultra modern, jets. But who's into that? I guess fantasy is another thing. Science fiction, dogfight, that's a thing. Now we're getting off the topic. But who's interested in historical dogfight with miniatures games? With model planes, say 1/144 scale or something. Anybody interested in that? Flying combat games? How about you, Clyde? Any interest in that aerial stuff? You do a lot of skirmish or odd things. Not that that's odd, but you know what I'm saying. Any interest in that stuff? I'm strangely getting interested in it. And I know why. It's not my forte. It's not my, never was my thing. Maybe some board gaming of World War I, Red Baron type stuff. But I've never was an aerial combat fan. Either the history of it or the reality of it or as a gaming hobby. Although for some strange reason, and I know why, I have been kind of smitten by it. I've got some. Wings of Glory. I played that. Wings of Glory was fun. World War II Battle of Britain stuff. Nice, nice. All pre-painted so I don't see adding to my pile of shame. Yeah, I had a bunch of that stuff too. I sold it all. What a fun game that was, though, with the cards and stuff. I enjoyed that. It's not something I took an interest in. I used it in my World War II games, where we'd have planes coming in and shooting up vehicles and infantry strafe runs and things like that. So you'd have models on the table for that, especially Flames of War. Battle Group had model planes on the tabletop too. And that was the extent of my collection. Never did any dogfights or anything like that. But for those not in the know, I'm a huge fan of Flames of War. I won't go into why. Some of you guys know why. But I'm a big fan. The designer of Flames of War, he's down under there. Not sure it's New Zealand or Australia. His name is Phil Yates. One of the guys behind Battlefront and Flames of War. Phil Yates has a secret project that he's working on, or he's been working on for over 2 decades. And guess what that secret project is? Dogfights. World War II. And he's been working on a game. I can't think of the name of it, but I'll look it up. And it's miniatures based using 1/144 scale planes. He's having them sculpted and made specifically for his game. And it's a very good game. It's not released yet. It's going to go to a Kickstarter. For all intents and purposes, the game is finished. It's written. You can see it at the conventions down there. He's been showing it off. He has a face group of a handful of folks, because none of it's really that public. But the rules are fantastic. And similar in many ways. Let's not say similar. You do feel the Flames of War vibe in certain respects. Like, for instance, based on your arc to a target plane, that dictates the number you need to hit. Very similar to how it works with Flames of War firing at tanks. And it uses D6s, very simple, straightforward, which I love. And yeah, so there is a vibe of Flames of War about it. And I think that's one reason why I'm drawn to it. And it's so well written. He's done a fantastic job. Very realistic feeling. His first release is going to be the Battle of Britain. And all the planes in the starter set are going to be based on that. You're going to get like 4 planes with these unique little 8-sided bases. And on the base, they're green colored. On the base, it tells you the arcs that you can receive fire from, and a number that is needed to hit in that arc. And it's got this little dowel that's telescopic. You can rise it up at various degrees. And at the very top where you put the plane model, it's magnetized. It's going to be made so you can actually show the plane banking and diving and climbing, or any combination of those, so you can represent that with positioning the model, which is kind of cool. You're going to get 4 planes in the starter, plus the telescopic bases, starter rules, a rule book, a playmat. It has these little HUD displays that are either going to be acrylic or cardboard. I don't know what the starter's going to have for each of your planes. And it's designed so that a single player is meant to handle a flight of planes, not just one plane. It's not a game of specific, detailed, tactical dogfights. It's more a game where you're in command of like a wing, like a half dozen planes or something. You should easily be able to control and do stuff with. So you got your main plane, and then you got his wingman and this kind of thing. You could actually represent formations of planes as they go into their various flight patterns and so on. Excellent game. And it's going to be going to Kickstarter, and I'm going to share that with everybody when it does. Worth looking into. Something that might be fun and different and new that's historical. And yeah, it's not just because it's Phil Yates and I'm a fanboy and it's Flames of War. It's the game actually is really solid. So I'm quite impressed by it. Normally I wouldn't even consider it. But yeah. I'll look at the name, up the name, so if you guys are interested, you can jot that down. Look it up on Facebook. Or I think that's all. The only place you can find anything on it. But that's where the Kickstarter launch is going to be announced. 1/144 scale. So ships are big, like 4 inches, 6 inches, smaller, something like that. Let me actually look it up now. While I take a short break. Fast as Crimson Skies. I've got a lot of too, but that's fictional aviation. Let's go find out the name of this thing. I have to go on Facebook. Really, I'm impressed. You can actually see it on YouTube. Phil Yates has done some interviews, and it's not going to be put out by Battlefront. He's doing his own release. This is all his own personal project. Is this wargaming thing some kind of cult or what? Somebody just posted in the Wargamers group. Are we a cult? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. I got a lot of birthday wishes to go through here. Where is that post? All right, let's look up Phil Yates. Let's see. Oh, he is in New Zealand. All right, New Zealander. Angels 1-6. That's the name of it. Angels 1-6. No numbers. It's all words. Angels 1-6. I could share pictures, but I won't. I'll let you guys do the research. Not sure if anyone's interested. Angels 1-6. Let me close Facebook. Let me try this again. Oh, I'm not sure that posted. Did that go up on YouTube? Yeah, it did. So yeah, that's kind of something I'm going to be pondering about for a little bit. I mean, it's history. And I'm a huge history nerd. So I'm immediately drawn to anything dealing with history. And if it's a cool game, cool miniatures, that might be a thing. And I love new things. I love learning about new periods and new stuff. So who knows? Something I will be pondering. What do you think? Not your thing? Let me fix my Spotify. Whoops. Let's push on, shall we? Oh, man. Actually, I think I better shake my paint. Shooka shooka. I can't read that. I gotta go to YouTube, see what you put there. Really into smoking meats. It seems I've chosen both. Yeah. Sounds legit. Sounds legit. Did you hit 50, Percy? We're all a bunch of old men here. Get out of the way, Clyde. Fetch my cane. Yeah, sounds legit to me. I could see that. I should get into that, in fact. Am I using the right brush or what? What's going on here, man? It's always fun getting into something nobody else does. How many gamers get into, I mean, seriously, get into aerial combat games? Historical, no less. It's kind of fun. Kind of doing your own thing. Nobody else does this. Ha ha ha. This is my niche. My niche. Okay, that's another one done. Barbecue and wargaming is as good as peanut butter and chocolate. Well said. Well said. Rear view of me too. Rear view to me too. But yes, about 55, I started listening to a World War II podcast. We have ways of making you talk, and I've listened now to many hundreds of their episodes. My granddad, who died when I was in my late 30s, was in Bomber Command, a radio operator in Lancaster bombers from 44 to 45. Cool. The history is there, man. Close to home. That's nice. I think naval games, aerial combat games, for whatever reason, and there's plenty I could think of, they just don't seem to be very popular in wargaming compared to land-based battles. And again, there's some obvious reasons why that is. So it's kind of nice to see it represented and people playing it and talking about it. It's nice to see its presence because it is part of our hobby. It does exist. People do this stuff and it's got its own unique fun to it and history as well to boot. So it should be there. It's good to see. It's good to see somebody or some folks making enjoyable, fun games that are informative and entertaining for us to play and give a chance. I have his logbook. Wow. Grandpa's brother was with the Dam Busters. Wow. Mark Felton suddenly becomes required viewing on YouTube. Yes, he does. I love that guy. So I know who you're talking about. He's a good watch for history stuff. And old footage. It feels like you're watching some documentary on World War II stuff from back in the 70s and 80s. Oh boy, this space here's got lots of grass. Lots of grass. I guess what makes it interesting to me and a possibility is because, like I said, I like new things and learning new things. I never really dug into it. Like a lot of us, I don't think we have. Much like naval stuff. It's like... It's perked my interest as a game. And... that would probably perk my interest to look at it, research it more historically and learn more. And I love doing that. And that scale, if I recall, I think Flames of War planes are 1/44th scale. It's a 15 millimeter game, so it's 1/100 scale. But planes would be too big. So they went with 1/144 scale for Flames of War. I mean, they're just there as representations, and they actually have mechanics with them and do bomb and shoot and all that stuff. So actually, I did actually collect and paint planes in that scale. Huh. You could use your Flames of War planes. Or better yet, you could use your planes for his game in your Flames of War. Oh, damn. That's actually pretty cool. I like that idea. Maybe I will do it. Wow. Unless I'm mistaken, I think they're 1/144. 1/44th scale. The Flames of Warplanes. Isn't that a common modeling scale? I'm almost done with this base here. I wouldn't think something like that would be too expensive to get into. They're going to release little box sets of pairs of planes and stuff. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something else unique about the game. And Clyde might like this, or Percy might like this. The models actually come pre-painted. And the only thing you have to do is put the decals on. And they come with decals. I'm about 99% sure he said that. I'd have to double check that. Because if they're pre-painted, oh my God. I guess that's a strong point in a way. One 1/44th scale pre-painted? I'd have to double check that. I'm pretty sure they are. He was talking about that. And I remember mentioning that all you have to do is put the decals on. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling, yeah, they're pre-painted. Makes sense because that's like Wings of War, Wings of Glory. So it wouldn't be unusual. I know Flames of Warplanes are not pre-painted. Yeah, I think that would be a positive because they're relatively straightforward to painting anyway. And you could always give them a nice wash of some strong tone and then put on the decals and all that. It just makes sense. I'd have to look that up. I'd have to go back to that freaking interview. Oh, well. Planes are so easy to print, it's unreal. And then there's that. You can always print all that stuff that you need. But they wouldn't be pre-painted, of course. Huh. I must not have been paying too close attention. Because that's a big deal. If they are. I don't know. He painted his, though. But still, maybe he... they were prototypes. So maybe, yeah, they aren't pre-painted yet. I'm going to research that and look it up. How you doing, James? Let's get back to this. We've got 5 bases left to apply green to. And these will be done. Tomorrow we're going to be back and we're going to do all the yellow. That'll go quicker than the green. If it goes really quick, I might start on the final step which is painting the base perimeters black. And that's when they're done. That's when they're finished. And then I'm going to take a week off from all commission painting. Gather myself, shoot videos, pictures, all that other stuff. And get these things sent and out of here. Oh, I'm about to go on a political rampage here in a second if I hear another commercial about... I'm not even going to say, but it's driving me freaking crazy. In the meantime, we're almost done. Yes, we are. Okay, look at that. 4 more bases. 2 wagons, 2 limbers. Let's get these out. Look at that. Yeah, Clyde. I'm listening to Spotify in the background. And it's the free version, which means, commercials. And they're just constant. Most of the time they're just annoying, but sitting here for 3+ hours, you kind of hear the same commercial over a few times, and it's getting me on the brink. Sunday session, the manager. It's not Sunday, is it? Saturday. Sunday. Who's doing a Sunday session? James? Big Small Worlds. Pick up in History Nerd Discord section. Okay, Clyde, I'm going to look at that. Or whatever's going on there. I'll go look. Big Small going to put something in there, I think. Just think of smaller plans and terrain as a forced perspective. When you become older and much wiser and start poking around in history, you realize just a cursory nature a lot of formal education regarding history really is. That's true. Yes, Percy. Yes, Percy. I do. I'll probably do that when I get this finished. I got more time to work on it. In fact, let me write that down to make sure I do complete that freaking thing. Because I'm taking like a week off from commissions. Vintavama. Get that out of the way. Got to collect more pictures. You got any pics, Percy? I'm going to go into the Discord channel. I think it's set to private right now. You guys can't go in there, but I can go in and capture all these pictures. Zadarok's project died, unfortunately. She's going to finish it in the next challenge. Horrible. That's okay. I think I have... I can't read. I think I've been mudding Arnman and R's belly up. Arn and R's are different people, yes? Yes, they are. Ours is from Poland. Alexander. We call him ours. Arn is up in Michigan, here in the U.S. I live on a reservoir. My pond, where I live, is a reservoir. It's beautiful. They made it legal to fish down there. I don't know if it's a proper reservoir anymore because of that. But yeah, you can fish down there legally. Normally you couldn't. I always could because we have property rights. We're like the only people around here that has property rights. At least I do. I feel like I'm the sole survivor of my family these days. I'm the only one here. So I guess I got property rights. But it's beautiful. The other side of the lake is a beautiful dirt road. And just these beautiful forests of maples all along both sides. It's just beautiful in the fall. It's amazing. People go down there and walk it and ride bikes, quad. Totally understandable. Ours and Arn. Well, ours joins the voice chat. I oftentimes bring him in because everybody loves to hear him. I don't often bring Arn in. Sometimes I do. He's been in here a few times. Usually talking about AD&D or something, or role-playing with me and Squirrel. We like to play Harn World, Harn Master. Online with you guys. That's Squirrel's favorite game. That's his jam. Yeah, so ours comes in the chat. You want to play Wednesday, Clyde? Part 2. We would love to have that cleric. It was really fun. I got to hand it to Rachel. She runs a fun game. Just good times. It's been a long time since I played Pathfinder 2nd edition. I thought I'd be dumb. I wouldn't know how to play. Nah, it all came back to me, though. I don't think I'll ever run the game again. Can't run everything, can't play everything, but it was definitely enjoyable. I had fun. And I'd never turn down one of her games. Of course, Kyle loves it. Okay, it's another one done. Oh boy, 3 more. I have to split, says Paul. My family unreasonably expect me to spend some time with them. I keep telling them that these toy soldiers won't paint themselves, you know. Slightly disappointed that I didn't finish the knights, but never have I finished a regiment when I thought I would. Good night, chaps. I shall see you again. All right, Paul, you take care, my friend. Good speaking with you, man. Good convo. I have no pics of the winter warmer. Something for the summer sizzler, though. Good. That'll do. Your Honor. All right, so that's that. Well, on the bright side, at least you're not the eccentric grandpa locked in the attic with his toy soldiers. It'd be fun being the eccentric grandpa locked in the attic with the toy soldiers. I wouldn't mind that. The posh, posh life for me. Get yourself all set up, Clyde? You all set to play Wednesday, Clyde? I'll keep asking you. You can't ignore me. Christ, it's like pulling teeth sometimes. You guys. Give you a chance to play a game and not a sound. Not a sound. Do, 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 do. Petals. I think I got this done. Excellent. There's another one done. 2 more. Yes. See what Clyde has to say. Before I pester him yet again. I'll drop in if I can, but no promises. Okay, okay. No problem. I'm only teasing. Partially. 2 more bases. Boy, it barely looks like there's grass on there. No, there's plenty. Problem is this color of spackling, the color of the texture there being kind of like a tan, reddish tan, whatever that is, it's not dark enough. So the gold harvest color of the grass doesn't really stand out too much. So it's good that I paint it, especially in this case. Once you throw it on, it's like night and day. Now you can see it a whole lot better. You can see that on there. Is that shadows? That's shadows. Yikes, I gotta hit the John real quick. Too much coffee. Clyde, hold down the fort. All right, we're back.
Don't hit it, it might break.
Boy, you're full of the cackles today, aren't you? What's going on here? What am I looking for? I don't even know. Oh, my earplugs. Feels weird that I don't have them on. Okay, so what's everyone got going on this weekend? Brat time is nearing. Yeah. Cat time for me. Oh yeah, these are looking so much better. I guess I could count it as done if I wanted. But nah, we're going to hit it with some yellow. Gonna hit it with some yellow. So I can impress you guys with my awesome basing. So, what else was I going to say? What is this? Rumor heard. How about Hyperborea? Who's going to play in my Hyperborea campaign? Who's going to play in my Hyperborea campaign? Any of you guys? Percy, what about you? Try your hand at a little online gaming? Hyperborea? You know, I'm actually excited, not just because I'm going to be running a whole new campaign old school this year, but I'm also going to be running a whole lot of one-shots of games that I've always wanted to play. Just one-shots. Some of them will be 2-shot or 3-shot. That's it. Gives me a chance to explore some of these games and have some fun with it. Keeping things simple, just using starter sets whenever possible, just to try these games out. I think a lot of folks in the community would appreciate that, you know. Maybe they want to try something out like that. Promises to be a good time. I'm actually really looking forward to that. I have a slew of games that I haven't really played a whole lot of, and in many cases haven't played at all. And I'm going to open those up to everybody who wants to play. And trust me, folks, don't ever feel intimidated because, oh, Fritz uses Foundry and he does this. It's complicated. It's hard. I don't want to go on there and learn something. It's easy. I have a knack for teaching people how to do this. It's not difficult. And you'll be in it within minutes. Boom, playing and running your character and doing what you do in a role-playing game. So don't feel intimidated by that either. And I don't record these and make them public unless I tell folks that I'm going to do that. So you don't have to be afraid of that either. You don't want to be online. You don't have to share your camera if you don't. I know some people have a thing with that. Understandable. Well, let's go back to the chat here. I'm not even looking at it. I might paint some 15mm Lizzies. Archers of Brown, which isn't exciting, but reminds me of the lizards in my yard. You get a lot of lizards down there? I think I asked you that once before, because we get them a lot down in Florida. I've never been to Florida, but California, they have also a lot of lizards. They're everywhere. Crawling on the walls, watching you from the shrubbery. I had one that was kind of... What's that smell? I had one out when I lived in California. I had a pet one. He was called Fred. Oh, there's Fred. He'd always be on my back patio. Grug, yeah, James will play. He's going to play in Hyperborea. Good old school fun. I know a lot of people I could ask to play, but I'd rather open it up to everybody. The one-shots especially. I mean, come on. No excuses not to play this day and age. Playing online. Iguanas are a nuisance animal now in Florida. Iguanas. So many lizards. It's like the Triassic here. Yeah. Wow. I might use some wacky color shift metal. Your faces, don't be afraid. I'm in a different time zone. Yeah, James is on the other side of the planet, for crying out loud. Kings? Champions? No, I never seen it. I'll have to take a look. Kings of War gets a little bit outlandish, we've discovered. It'd be nice to see something a little more tame. I don't know exactly what that means, though. What is it, like a skirmish game? I thought they already had one. I don't know. I get their newsletter every day. I don't always look at it, though. I was recently looking at their Dead Zone. Which has some nice models in it. I've been looking for models like that for my... Not necessarily my 40K, but my hard sci-fi stuff. What's that game called? 5 Parsecs. Stargrave. I guess I could just buy a box of the Stargrave figures. And yes, I know I could 3D print too. If I could find the STLs. Not all of them are what I'm looking for. But they're not cheap. You know what makes good STLs? It's War Games Atlantic. Their sci-fi stuff is actually really good. Because I'm looking at my 5 Parsecs game and the different factions that can show up in a fight. And they've got some models that are perfect for representing quite a few of those factions. And I really like them. And they're STLs. So that's going to be fun. I think that's what I'm going to do, actually, so I don't have to buy them. Much more expensive. And I really like these figures. For my 5 parsecs games and whatever hard sci-fi games I play, you know? They'll probably be the first figures I actually start printing. Now that I think about it. Of course, you gotta assemble them. I think this is done. Excellent. One more base. Ah. 5 parsecs has a kind of a default setting in there. It's not an outlandish setting, very basic, but they do have a little setting in there, which is really cool. There's enough information in there. I could actually build a whole campaign with something like Cepheus Traveler. Do an RPG type campaign with those miniatures in that game. It would actually work out pretty good. Go to the chat. Gladiator monsters. Alright, Clyde. Yeah. Dead Zone has some nice figures. I have bought the odd Reaper sci-fi figure of late as well. Reaper has sci-fi? I'm gonna have to look and see. Westphalia minis have some of the nicest STLs. Westphalia, I'm gonna write that down. Not sure they do sci-fi. Westphalia. Let me write that down. I don't think I've even heard of that. 5 parsecs descriptions are deliberately broad, which is nice. Yes, it is. Vest. Phalia. And I also like their fantasy stuff. War Games Atlantic. Again, the STLs I'm talking here, their orcs are awesome. I'm going to be getting some of those for my own stuff. My fantasy orcs. So yeah, I'm a big fan of them. I think Paul, Big Small Worlds, he's a big fan of their stuff too. Not the STLs, but the actual models. He uses them for his knights. That's something I would like to do. Some knights. The things I will ponder once I get this commission done. I'm going to get this one last base done so I could relax here. I get all wound up as I get closer to finishing these things. Oh. goodness. Done. All right, that's it. That's all the bases greened up. Yeah, it's completely dark. You can't see that, of course. Stop your squawking. All right, painting session done for the day. Now I can relax a little bit. So they're almost done. The only thing left is some final highlights to the grass. Bring them out a little bit more. That'll go much quicker than even this went today. So it won't take me 3 hours. And finally, it's to paint the base edges a nice solid black to clean them up a bit. Make them look more professional. Top-notch. Sophisticated. And that's it. They're done. Give them a little shot of sealer. And then we just set them up. I'll take some pictures. I'll shoot some video. After that, we'll pack them up. Pay the shipping. Get the tracking. Email my friend. And then send them. Get them picked up here at the household. And on their way they go. We'll do that this week. Sorry, next week. It's already Saturday. Yeah, she'd be quiet. And then I'm going to take a week off. No commission painting. Just think about my own hobby. Relax. Ponder some things about the hobby that I've been putting off for a long time because I don't have time to be thinking about my own stuff. And yeah. Then we'll get back and we'll see what's next. You guys have some ideas, but that might change. But, yeah. Yes, you're a big fan of the 10 mils. How you doing, Dale? Dale joins us. How you doing, my friend? Last base, enter Walter. Now you hear him? He's staring at me right now, saying, hey, I need to eat now. I need to eat right now. Come on, human. I know you got some cans in there with my name on them. Crack them. Oh, he tortures me. Yeah, maybe we'll go look at Reaper's website and look up some sci-fi, see what they got. Good, good, Dale. Good, very good. Good to hear from you. Do your duty, Thumb. Let me open up the browser and Let's see, where do we go? I was just looking at this one here, which is Splintered Light Miniatures. I was looking at some of that. Reaper Miniatures. I'm a big fan of Reaper. USD. Okay, let's go to their site and check them out. Learn to paint kits. Do they do 3D prints? That's pretty cool. Oh, look at that ship. Heroic scale pirate ship. What is this about? Heroic scale. What is it, 28 mil? Let me check this out. Oof, $200. Yeah, it's heroic scale. It's huge. It's almost 3 foot long. Okay, let's not look at this. Reaper Bones and Black. Okay. That's still pricey to me. $8.99 for 3 figures? So a dozen figures for like $30. Did I get the math right? They're nice though. There's some perfect models in here for... Oh, that's it. What's Reaper Bones Black? This is Reaper Bones. 25mm heroic scale. Durable. Alright. I don't know what to look up for Reaper Bone Black. That's it. They don't have any more. That's their sci-fi Reaper Bones. Bones black is harder and cleans up better. Are they more expensive? Here's Bones black. They are expensive. $5.99. Oh, I love it. I'd pay good money for this. $8.99. Although I probably wouldn't have to. I'd probably just get STLs for all this stuff. They're really beautiful sculpts, though. I gotta admit. They almost rival an STL. And it's ready out of the package. I have a whole ton of Reaper Bones, actually. I got a collection that's growing. Maybe I will build on it. I don't know. I like the ladies. I can't help it. $50. Venzelbaum, the Gnome King. It's a bust. So he's huge. Great Medusa, 28 mil. Yeah, they're 28 mil. Heroic scale is 28 mil. Although some would argue it's 32 these days. Everything's heroic scale. They are nice, though. Look at this. $6.99. Hellborn Paladin. Yikes. I'll be right back. Harder plastic figures. Sort by ascending price. They don't sell STLs, do they? They ought to get in the business. Everybody else is. Then they wouldn't have to... If they could convert some of these classic models as STLs, they don't have to stock them anymore. Base Boss. Pizza Dungeon Dice. Carrying cases, brushes, Flesh and Blood. Card game. Paints. Bones, USA Plastic. Got a link for me? Okay, 1 second. Let's see. That's interesting. They're on My Mini Factory. You could subscribe to their thing there. What am I looking at here? Did they change how they do this? What? You have to go on My Mini Factory? They're not selling their STLs direct like that anymore? God, I hate the way this is set up. I don't want to join the tribe. Well, I guess I gotta add this to my 3D printing thing so I don't have to go through their website. But is that how they're doing it now, I guess? Let me look here real quick. Death Fields. See, they don't have a link to STLs here anymore. Alright, so I guess that's how they do it now. Well, I'll have to go over and look at that closer then, see how it works. I guess you can't buy their STLs direct from their website anymore. You have to join their tribe. Something like that. I'm going to have to look into that. Let's go over here. Well, that throws things up. Westphalia Miniatures Instagram profile. This looks like it's for their Trench Crusade. I don't like Trench Crusade. These look pretty cool though. That's a nice model. Ugh. Pike and shot. Some Necromunda adjacent stuff. Yeah, that would be useful. Plastic figures and sort ascending price. So this here, Strange Plastic, this is where you buy their stuff using a blend of high quality resin and create highly detailed and durable gaming models. Shipping locally, blah blah blah, new products weekly. So this is their STLs they're printing directly for you? Is that what this is? Plastic family, blah blah blah. Looks familiar. Let's just take a, yeah, 3D prints using Strange Plastic, what? Strange Plastic's own high quality miniature focused resin. So this is yeah. Yeah, they print them out for you. Well, that's bullshit. No interest in that. So that's what that is. And then back here, over here, you got to join their call it their My Mini Factory type of thing. Click here, subscribe to our tribe on My Mini Factory STL files that cover all Wargame Atlantic ranges. 50% off all STL files for tribe members. Fully compatible with plastic sets. 19 unique sets per month. So if we click that, we're going to go back over here. Huge collection of files to our members each month. Each month there are new sets for each of our 12 ranges. These can feature a mix of full multiplayer sets, characters, vehicles, terrain, and even conversion parts to existing plastic ranges. Hundreds of files every month. And the files are fully supported as well. So if you want to get them, you got to join their tribe. I got a welcome pack, all that nonsense. So $15 a month, $12 a month. Every month you'll get a massive download of STL files covering all 12 of our ranges with characters, multi-part sets, conversion parts, vehicles, terrain. Throughout the month, we'll be polling you to see what items to add. You'll also get 50% off all previous releases and the new recruit welcome pack. So I take it you get all this plus access to all the STL files that you can literally buy. So you're getting free stuff, and then you're getting a chance to buy all their other stuff. And that's $12 a month. Am I reading this right? That might be worth it. I'll look into that. If that's how I have to get these, then that's how you have to do it. They got to make money somehow. Sci-Fi Archives. Checkpoint miniatures. I'm going to look at these and see what ones I want to add to my thing. My bookmarks. Okay. Yeah, they must have just recently changed that. Makes sense. I mean, it's not a bad deal. $12, you're getting literally access to thousands and thousands of STL files. Gripes. I really like them, so I'll ponder that. Used to be you could just, oh, there's something I want. I'm going to buy that STL file. You just buy it. No subscription. Whatever. I guess they've built such a collection. Seems like an okay deal if you're doing a fair bit of printing. Yeah, I'm going to ponder all that. See what I want to do. Pondering is our word of the day. See what I want to do. I'm in no rush to spend money. No. The wind is extremely bad here. And I thought I heard a tree come down. It generally scared me. If you look back on the stream, you'll see that moment that I kind of was like, is the tree about to crash down on my head? Could happen. I didn't say anything. Let me look at the weather real quick, see what's happening. It says 18-mile-per-hour winds. It's nothing major. Jeez. Okay. Something like that on this War Games Atlantic could be probably a pretty good deal for me. And just starting out, if I'm a real big fan of War Games Atlantic, which I kind of am, you get access to all this stuff. I mean, I'd be loaded with stuff. And then have access to their catalog where I could buy specific things too. And then, leave it after a month or 2 or 3. Give it a break. Maybe try a different one. Again, I have to look through this and see what I want to do. See what I need. Just seems like an awkward way to do STLs. These subscription-based things. Because who the hell needs thousands of STL files? Or whatever they're giving you for free as a welcome pack. They give you tons of stuff, but oh, they have different things here. Oops, they have different tiers. There's also this one, Classic Fantasy. Join for $8 a month. Deathfield's tier, $8 a month. How many tiers do they have? Legionary plus Classic, $14 a month. Legionary plus Deathfields, $14 a month. Legionary plus Medieval, $14 a month. So they got different things you could go for to kind of narrow it down. Like this one here, Deathfields Sci-Fi tier, $8 a month. This is the Deathfield Sci-Fi tier for Atlantic Digital. Each month will deliver 3 sci-fi file sets. Full units, characters, free agents, squads, vehicles, and more. If your only interest is Deathfields, this is the tier for you. You also get 50% off all previous releases and the new Recruit Welcome Pack. So they do narrow it down. All right, that makes sense. That's not so bad. It's actually a pretty good deal. Let's look at this Welcome Pack. Get all this. It's not a whole lot. Literally, you're getting what's shown here at the top. Sci-Fi Cargo, this thing. Sor Paddock Halfling Hero. I guess that's this guy? No. This. That's a whole bunch of models, actually. An Irish Chieftain, that's this guy. Modular Bacage terrain set, that's this. That might be useful. And 10 25mm sci-fi bases. That's these. That would be useful too. I'd use them. So that's useful to some extent. This would be very useful. This would be very useful. I'm not sure this is useful. They're halflings. Yeah, I'd probably limited use. Not a big deal for this welcome pack. It's not that special. But yeah, $8 or $12. I'd probably go with something like 8 and just focus on the sci-fi stuff. I wish they'd show you what you get in these things. I guess you can look. Let me go to the chat. Did you feed the house, Panzer? Nope, Dale. 3 STLs bought individually would be like $24, not 8. I say you should plug in for a month or 2 just to see what you can do. Yeah, I probably will. I think a lot of these sites, they do this. They're like, yeah, the paywall thing, the subscription-based thing. Not all of them. But I think I'm going to look and see which one is good for the price and that I really want. Right now, this is just the first one at War Games Atlantic. And I will look at it. I like about all their stuff. 90% of their stuff I really like. So it's probable that I would go with this one for a month or 2 or 3 or something. And get what I can get that I'm actually going to use. And, yeah, that would be a good intro for me. Probably. Give me a ton of stuff for my games and to sell. So, maybe not the miniatures, but I don't know, they do have terrain. That makes me wonder, did they actually sell licenses for these STLs too? I doubt it. They might, but I doubt it. Well, these they actually sell. Kind of pricey. I don't know. But anyway, how is everything, Dale? Everything good? Yeah. Did I ask you that already? Oh boy. Let's take another gander at my project so far. All right. Is that not coming along? Look at that. You guys have been with me watching me do this. Blood, sweat, and tears. Look how it's come along. Pretty nice. This is what I love about it, right here. Looking at all these painted minis that I did. How beautiful they look. All the flags that I did. I wish this was better. That's not really a good showcase, is it? Yeah. Pretty impressive. I love it. Look how that green stands out now. It'll stand out even more tomorrow. Yeah. Countless battles. He'll be happy to get this. A big edition. I've painted so much for just this one guy and his friend. Massive collection. I know Mantic has some nice models. They have a subscription too. I think I'd go with War Games Atlantic though. I don't know. I gotta look around. Thank you, James. I love looking at this stuff after it's all done. So impressive. Can't believe I did all that. Look even better when I start shooting some videos, take some pics. Yes, sir, indeed. What do you think, Walter? And yes, I've been reading like crazy. Why is that so bright? I've been reading like crazy. Getting ready for my big refight of Edge Hill. It's coming. We're getting closer. Great game. This is far simpler than I thought it would be. Right now I'm reading Facing in Formations, I guess. We're going to go into movement. I read all this before. Stacking, reactions. Oh, I love reactions. And then I'm going to start setting up some units on a map and start play testing it out a little bit before I actually play the game, the battle, Edge Hill. And I'm going to video that so you guys can enjoy it. But I'm going to make sure I got everything down pat. I know the rules because I need to kind of know them well enough so that I can instruct you guys how the game plays and flows and works. So when I put the video up, people can follow along. Very briefly, I have a little way of handling, like the first episode or two actually goes into the rules a little bit in a very casual, laid back, very informative way. Worked really well for me when I did the SPQR playthrough. And I'm going to do that again. Same similar thing. And that way the rest of the turns of the battle will all be just strategy and tactics and fighting. Every once in a while I'll point out a new rule that might kick in, you know. So I got to take my time and get everything in the old brain here. It's been a while. But I'm looking forward to that. Well, I read my Hyperborea as well. So there's a lot going on, folks. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Dale, prepare yourself. It's going to be too much for you to handle if you're not careful. All of a sudden, I'm going to be bombarding you with games and good play sessions. It's going to be awesome. How you doing, Squirrel? Squirrel Hermit, live from the convention. 6 p.m. Head back to the room, Squirrel? How is everything out there in the convention? I've been following along with some pictures. All the celebrities. I see they're all in attendance as well. They're at Gary Con. Squirrel will be home soon after the weekend, I'm sure, and he'll be joining us in the chats. He'll have a lot to tell us about. A lot of catching up to do. He's got a whole month. Gird your loins, Dale. The Squirrel Hermitage has arrived. Ah. See what Squirrel has to say. Got some fresh veggies today. Been plotting my garden. I've been thinking about some alternative locations for this little practice garden of mine. I'll be pondering that too. Still at Gary Con. I'll tell you folks about it upon our return. That's pretty much just what I said. There you go. Prepare yourself, folks. I saw Zyderock here earlier. She said hello, dropped by, and talked about her project, how it failed, how she's going to do that next painting challenge this summer. Instead, I don't know what happened. Shame. Terrible. But I'm sure it's going to end up being a prized possession there at the household. I've been reading Hyperborea like a madman, getting myself all set up, stoked that this is going to be my campaign this year. Prepping my board games for some play. I got my table set up in there. Yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot happening. Got a room set aside for my printers. I'm going to be using this year. Stop it, Walter. About to finish this commission. It'll be out the door next week. A couple more painting sessions and then we're done. 2 more. Easy stuff. Anyway, what do we got here? We got 5 viewers? 5 viewers. What are you guys doing? Before I call it quits tonight, what's going on out there? Anybody doing anything exciting? What's this James sent me? Lost Kingdom miniatures. They're pretty nice. Night Elves Repeater Battery. Lost Kingdom. I'm just watching you today. I'm glad to have you here, Dale. Nah, I just finished. I got 2 more sessions to do. Do I want to do that tomorrow? Chances are good I will, because I'm almost done with these. You want to see them, Jeff? Let me show again. Good. Oh, let's see if I can get the lamp on him. That's a bad angle, I guess it's getting. You can't really see. That's a better angle. There they are. What I did today is I got all the bases, all the grass greened up, so they stand out a little more. Next, I'm going to highlight that grass with some yellow, make them stand out even more. I could do that one session. It'll go quick. A couple hours, boom, done. And finally, one more session, and that's going to be nothing but painting the edges of these bases. They're going to be black. That's it. Project finished. And it took me a long time to do this one for various reasons. But yeah, it's finally coming to conclusions. So this is a big deal getting this done. I don't know. Does that look like much? Not really. That's over 300 figures. It doesn't look like much. It's just this little box. God. Kind of disheartening. Of course, it took me a while for all kinds of reasons. This was a rough one. But I think this was one of my best ones I've done so far. And I love these flags. They just come out so nice. 2 flags per battalion. And again, I'll make video of this thing and take pictures so you can see it properly. With terrain and everything. Because once I ship him out, I'll never see him again. That'll be it. That'll be the end. Thanks, Jeff. Wowzers. Money soon to arrive. Yeah, I wish. These guys are paid for. So they've been paid for like, I don't know, maybe a month. So this whole month, I've basically been losing money on my commission because I've already been paid in full. So I got to get them out. I wanted to get them done at the end of February, but that didn't happen. Yeah, you need a bigger... Yeah, can you imagine? That's how small they are. You might get 50 models in that box based if they're 28s. Flags are great, thanks. I love doing those flags. That's a fun part of the whole thing. That was easy. That wasn't hard to do at all. Nice little touch. Right, Walter? I'll be curious to see how I get along with my own stuff now. Not just these individual models, but whole armies. I've got so much practice. My vampire. I've been working on him here and there. Thought I did something to him today. I don't think. No, I didn't do anything. But yeah, I'm going to take a week-long break just to think about my hobby and what I'm going to do and all this other stuff. I got so much stuff to catch up on. Printing and among other things. But I'm going to take a week off from doing commissions totally. Get my mind wrapped around what's next, if anything. I got Kevin's commission, which is definite. And then I got another 2 projects. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle them. I got to think about that. French army and an Austrian army. I have to look and see how big they are. Because I'm burning out. That guy's been waiting quite a while. Just still backed up, backlogged. Board games, getting ready to play this, Jeff. Musket and Pike. Been reading up the rule books, getting set. Looking forward to that. So that's going to be content for the channel. Here and over on my Dash of Elan, you'll see some videos. I'm going to post a battle vlog episode that I haven't posted in years. New episode of the battle vlog where I sit down and in vlog style I talk about whatever's on my mind regarding board games for like 15 minutes or so, and I'll probably have this set up on the table, show you guys my thoughts on it so far and what to expect as we prepare ourselves to play an epic battle of Edgehill. That's right. And then I'll put the whole video series of the battle either up on this channel or maybe Dash of Elan. Or both. I'm not sure how I'll swing it. Again, things to ponder. Hexagons. Imagine that. Hexagon madness. Yeah, but I'll definitely be on tomorrow with more paint. I want to get this project done and out. So that's the plan. How are you, Jeff? Everything okay? Everything good down there in Florida? Oh. I might even buy some fresh painting supplies. Boy, is this dirty. Wow. My little painting mat. I never moved this thing. Yikes. I gotta exchange that. It's been a while. Damn. We need some class and style here. Yeah, it's not much to look at, is it? Let me put this up where it belongs. Ah, yes, the map. 1839 Russian map. There's everything written in cursive, which is very different from normal. It's handwriting. Ooh. What are you trying to decipher it so you build your map? Or are you just doing general research? Oh, I got groceries I gotta get to. I forgot about that. Gotta put some supplies away. Maybe that's why you're squawking so much, Walter, huh? You know there's goodies in there. I have to translate everything for the map we use in the game. And you speak Russian, right? You can read it, I mean. Wow. Nice. Gotta love board gaming. You're gonna have to, when this thing gets closer and closer to actually coming reality, you should fill me in and let me know so I can follow along intently, because I'd be interested. You are going to publish this, right? That's the whole point, right? So I know Jeff, he gets very analytical. He gets deep. And I like that. Be curious to see what he comes up with. Need a good Napoleonic battle game. I don't remember what he's doing. What are you doing with that, Jeff? It's been a while since you talked about this. I think you got sidetracked for a while and weren't doing anything with it. Oh, I can't read. Just sent you a stack of links. Disappointed at the price of some of these sites. Oh, yeah? Alright, I see them. Yeah, you did send a whole bunch. Jeez, what is that? GW stuff? What is that? 3D printable works and goggles, troll unit. Wargame3D.net. Huh. Download free and paid printables. Gothic Navy spaceship. I'll look at these when I get back online. Schlink. %50 discount. Those are nice. Terry's first game in the series is shipping now. Glory and Empire. Gotta roll. Have a great one. Alright, Jeff. Thanks. Jeff Wesovich, everybody. Jeff Wesovich. Yeah. Alright, we're going to leave it at that, I think. I got to put groceries away and see what in the world is going on with this weather. Appreciate that, James. I'll look at those links when I come back online, because I always reboot after every stream. And see what I could find as we close in. And Dale, glad you're in there. I hope you're keeping well. Getting psyched. Getting psyched to do some gaming. I'm going to have some live plays. I'll bring you in. We'll have some live plays. Roll some digital dice. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I would. Get Dale in here and roll some digital dice. I think it would be a good time. Take care, James. Smaller but varied selection. You need an office assistant just to... Yes, you do. It's insane. There's got to be a better format to this STL setup that people are doing. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to call it here and relax for a little bit. I appreciate it, everyone. Thanks for watching and hanging out with me, keeping me occupied and whatnot as I get my stuff painted. Appreciate that a lot. And you have a good one too, Dale. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Get those digital fingers ready to roll some digital dice. I'm telling you, it's going to be a blast. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks everybody for joining. So until next time, you guys hang in there, and you know why. It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.